Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today, and welcome to the October 18th meeting of the Arlington County Board. I'm County Board Chair Katie Crystal. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Dorsey, Ms. Garvey shortly, Mr. Carantonis, and Mr. DeFerranti. We will begin with some recognitions, as well as reports from the County Board and the County Manager. We generally begin that section with recognitions and proclamations, and we have one to begin with on the loss of a really important community member that I know we all wanted to take the opportunity to think about and to reflect on. As many know, this community lost a really excellent leader and civic advocate with the passing of Kent Carter just a couple weeks ago. I know that all of us are grieving alongside the community and his professional colleagues, especially those at the NAACP, and keeping his family in our thoughts. As I thought about this, it occurred to me that a few weeks ago I had been actually looking forward to talking about Kent Carter at this meeting because I had run into him just a couple Thursdays ago, talked to him about his interest in serving on one of our commissions. And I bring that up not just to reference the sort of suddenness and the shock of his death, although I think that is very much the case, but to just recognize how much more Kent still had to give to this community and how much he planned to continue to give to this community. He is, I think, perhaps known by most of us for his work on the police practices group. And in fact, I think it was through Kent's leadership that we even had a police practices group, serving as the vice president of the NAACP and the chair of its criminal justice committee. Kent was deeply familiar with the work of the 21st Century Policing Task Force under the Obama administration and really made the case for having our own review that would be based on data and analysis and lived experience of community members and best practice review. As a member of the Community Oversight Board subcommittee of the PPG, I really came to think of Kent as one of those calm presences at the eye of the storm. There was so much debate and so much dialogue, and Kent was so reliably a source of thoughtful recommendations, even when he disagreed with us and where we landed. I know and I think all of us really genuinely learned from his ideas on things like concurrent investigations and his values and his absolute commitment to a community that would be more just and live better by its values. His loss is a tremendous one. And I am glad to have this opportunity to talk about what an impact he made in his time in Arlington County, though it was time that was too short indeed. And with that, I'd like to invite my colleagues if they wanted to make comments as well. Mr. DeFerranti, if you'd like to begin.
Sure. I'll be pretty brief in saying every time I think I learned afterwards that Kent was younger than I am. And every time I saw him, his energy and his presence was so calm and warm and strong that I felt like I was learning from an elder, frankly. And so I want to try and take that bit of wisdom that he gave in spirit, keep it with us and keep it with me. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis and then Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is impossible to comprehend how events like this take people from us the way they took Kent Carter. It's absolutely, when I heard that over the phone, I was extremely taken aback. I had, as one of the most positive spirits in this community, who we lost. Positive means we can do that. And we meant for Kent Carter something very special. It was an extremely inclusive we. It was something very different than my group, my community, my neighborhood, my organization. It was an inclusive we. I learned from his positivity a lot, and I cannot stress, I cannot overstate how much I miss this spirit. He will be very well remembered for exactly this, in a great tradition, by the way, of other leaders before him, and I hope after him as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis.
Colleagues, this one hits quite hard when you think about Kent Carter's biographical background of service to our country through the military, then service to his adopted hometown of Arlington, It was his adopted hometown, but you'd never really know that he grew up in Tennessee and had his roots there because he was all in on making Arlington a better place and figuring out what role he could play within that. And as you alluded to, Chair Crystal, what a tremendous amount of service to us in the aftermath of George Floyd's death to not only give voice to the frustration of the broader community, but to channel that into a constructive path forward for us as a community was a tremendous contribution that Kent made for all of Arlington. And then to follow that up, not just with that moment, but with the indefatigable work that was involved in the police practices group to surface really what would be Arlington-specific ways of ensuring that our community had equity at the forefront of all of its work, but most importantly, policing. And then, after all of that service, which also coincided with his leadership in the NAACP, to then want to figure out what else he could do, when in fact, Kent and I had been engaged in looking at the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission. And as part of my interviewing him for that, we spent maybe about 20 minutes on FAC and then 40 minutes on other stuff, just talking about ways in which he could find a path to contribute his thoughts and his experience and service to Arlington. That's really what he was entirely about. And then to think that this relatively young man, upon celebrating his 40th birthday in a way in which many of us would love to do or take for granted if we can do, taking a little vacation, and to be the victim of such a horrific act of violence, it's just devastating. And, you know, as much as we grieve in Arlington, I grieve for his daughter, his young daughter, who will not have her father with us. It's just absolutely devastating, and just thank you for providing this opportunity for us all to reflect on the tragic loss that we've experienced.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvin?
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. I didn't know Kent Carter very well. I always felt when he came in, I thought, it's going to be sort of okay. There was just sort of a sense of confidence and all of the great characteristics people have talked about. And for me, I used to sort of think, you know, I'm always thinking about, so what's the next generation coming? We need more leaders. We need people coming up. And I, you know, totally had my eye on Kent thinking, okay, there's some good people coming along. We're going to be fine. And we are still going to be fine. But it's a tremendous loss. And I think we all heard it. It was just like a gut punch in the stomach. It was just so hard. Life is very uncertain. Everybody's got somebody they care for. Give them a hug today. So, thanks.
Ms. Garvey. Thank you, colleagues. There will be a memorial service for Kent this Saturday, the 22nd, at 11:30 at Mount Olive Baptist Church. And I know many of us will be in attendance, and the community will have an opportunity to reflect on how much he has given to us here in Arlington.
And Madam Chair, if I just may add, if you are not able to attend those services at Mount Olive in person, they will be streamed as well, so you can participate virtually.
Thank you. All right, so I don't know that there is any particularly good segue from that, but I am happy that we are able to feature some partners from around the region, particularly the Virginia Association of Counties. We're so delighted to be joined today by James Hutzler, who is the Government Relations Associate, here to tell us about the 20th Annual Vaco Achievement Awards, which recognizes excellence in local government programs. There were 100 submissions, 29 recipients, and James is here because we, our extraordinary staff in Arlington County, are the winner of 2 of those awards. So James, welcome. I will turn the floor over to you to hear more.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. And I would like to send my condolences on part of Vaco for your loss in your community. It was very touching sentiment y'all gave. So. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. My name is James Hutzler from the Virginia Association of Counties. It's my distinct privilege to present the Vaco Achievement Awards for the benefit of your constituents who may not be familiar with the Virginia Association of Counties. We call ourselves Vaco. Vaco has existed since 1934 to serve and support your efforts as county officials. We support counties in many ways, first through our advocacy efforts in the state legislature and also at the federal level. We serve counties through our educational programs, member services, and communication efforts. In 2003, we established our Achievement Award program to recognize counties that have adopted innovative approaches to providing public services and identifying programs that could serve as models for other counties to emulate. And as you alluded to, Arlington County did win 2 awards this year. This is the 20th Annual Achievement Awards program. This year we received 100 entries, giving out 29 winners across 21 counties. So the competition was fierce and the winner pool was only 29%. So again, congratulations. I might be saying that a couple times throughout this presentation. And with that being said, I would like to present the first Vaco Achievement Award to Will Flagler, the Office Emergency Management Acting Director, for the work done by the Emergency Operations Center Finance and Administration Unit during the COVID-19 pandemic. Just a little bit on that award. During the last 2 years, the county, Arlington County, has dealt with the unprecedented in almost every facet of the pandemic. When the pandemic started, every county had to set up, contact tracing centers and emergency testing centers and coordinating with all different parts of the state, local, federal government. And of course, this costs money. And so the award was in recognition of that unit recouping up to 95% of the costs through coordination with Virginia Department of Emergency Management and FEMA. So we thought that was a incredible move by Arlington County and the staff, and we of course wanted to acknowledge that incredible achievement. And I would now like to present the second and final Vaco Achievement Award to Eric Grabowski, who is the Solid Waste Bureau Chief for the Residential Food Scraps Collection Program.
Sure. Cool. Thank you.
So just over 13 months ago, we started our food scraps collection program. We're diverting about 25% of the food scraps from the trash cart into the organics cart. It's a start. We still have a long way to go, and it was a team effort to make this happen. A lot of people doing a lot of things just to make it unfold and start. And so we're just hopeful that the community actually buys into the program and gives it a try, because I think we of any community can actually get up to 100% diversion. We're hopeful. So thank you very much for the award. Really.
Again, it's my honor to come visit Arlington County and present these well-deserved awards. Arlington County has shown through innovation and dedication that the county is not just a leader in Virginia, that it's also a leader nationally. And that Vaco thanks you for your hard work. And we'd like to congratulate Arlington County for its excellent programs. And we look forward to Arlington County's 2023 award participations. And next time, I hope to bring 3 of those. So thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you. We so appreciate having you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I wanted to thank Vaco for coming. I mean, these awards, they highlight the people who make this county work. I mean, you guys are great. Mr. Flagler, probably most people don't know who you are. Solid waste people don't even like to think about some of the things, But without you, we'd be in a world of hurt. And it's hard work. You do it every day. You show up. It doesn't get recognized like it should. And so thank you for helping us do that. And thanks everybody for doing what you do, because you're the ones who make the county work. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you.
Well said. Thank you so much. So glad to have this opportunity to celebrate the team as a user of the Food Scraps program. Our family's very happy to participate. We really appreciate the work that's been done to launch it. The people I know who do participate often remark on how special they think that makes Arlington County. So thank you. And Mr. Flagler, congratulations. I'm sure it sometimes felt like a thankless job over the past couple of years. So I'm glad for all of us to have this chance to say thank you and to recognize your work actually really as being among the most distinguished in the Commonwealth. That's a wonderful and well-deserved recognition. Mr. DeFerenti.
I just wanted to be very brief. If you think about the number of complaints that came in at the start of this and our amount of time thanking you, they might not be equal. So I just want to recognize that because we should be thanking you at least as much. Not an easy thing to set up and to do. And my family, we love doing it, and we're grateful for all of the work because it was not easy at all. So thank you.
Excellent. And Mr. Dorsey.
Yeah, just to add my voice to it, Mr. Flagler, the work that you and crew did during the pandemic, as we reflect back, I think the more proud of it we will be. And this award is certainly, I think, a well-deserved reminder. And, it's unfortunate that I think as we remember back to those very, very dark days of the pandemic, all of the wonderful innovation and standing up things so quickly in without a playbook to go by, none of that was, or very little of that was appreciated. Most people demanded it, and you delivered. And so that's a tremendous accomplishment. And, Mr. Grabowski and team, I'll just have to say that I hopefully have done a lot in my years of public service, but there's been nothing that I've been a part of that has met with my wife's approval more than the food scraps program. She is just over the moon. And I can't believe all it took was a little plastic bucket and the ability to put it into the green cart for that to make her happy. But thank you. Thank you very much for bringing domestic bliss to the Dorsey-Feldman household.
Excellent. And Mr. Kirantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Flagler, I couldn't, I align myself with what Mr. Dorsey said right now. And not only that, with an addition, you and your team have been delivering essential communication to Arlingtonians. I think that you created a completely new level of spirit of community in very, very difficult and precarious times. And you delivered very big time, actually. This stays with me. I feel way more better prepared for this than I ever would have been. And so do many of our fellow residents. And Mr. Grabowski, I hear everyday complaints. I have to tell you that because I live in a community that is not served because it's a multifamily. And I said, when is it going to happen? Why is it not happening yet? So every day, there is not a single day that passes. And I blame you because you have made that a common thing for all Arlingtonians to be asking for this, while we still cannot scale it at that level. And I have a daily problem with that because I don't know where to, how to manage the logistics of bringing all these scraps to a different place to say. Yes, good. I will take you up on that.
Entirety of Arlingtonville.
Beware of what you're wishing for.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Hustler, thank you again for making the trip and for all that you and your colleagues do for localities and counties like like Arlington across Virginia. Okay, we also have an opportunity to recognize the Awareness Month for an issue close to our own hearts, which is affordable housing. You could be forgiven for thinking every month is Affordable Housing Awareness Month in Arlington, but this month at least, we join other communities around the nation. I have a brief proclamation of which I am only going to read just a couple of excerpts, but whereas it is the vision of Arlington County to ensure an economically, racially, and culturally diverse, inclusive, and sustainable community, and whereas ongoing access to expanded affordable housing choices for our low and moderate income households and workers in the form of both rental and home ownership is fundamental to maintaining healthy neighborhoods and families, to stabilizing our local workforce, and to allowing our entire community to reap the benefits of Arlington's economic prosperity. Whereas the county has adopted an affordable housing master plan and in 2019 initiated Housing Arlington to pursue new and creative ways to expand the supply and diversity of housing in Arlington and to increase and preserve Arlington's affordable housing stock. Now, therefore, I, as chair of the county board, hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Affordable Housing Awareness Month in Arlington. And I encourage all members of the community to join us in striving for a broad community understanding of the importance of affordable housing and housing affordability to our county's sustainability, to reaffirming its benefits as a community value and promoting affordable housing choices for all Arlingtonians. All right. It is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I am so glad to be joined by members and leaders of Project Peace, which is, as my colleagues know, our interagency response to domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and sexual violence in the community. I might put them on the spot because once I'm done with the proclamation, we're going to have just a brief feature on the screen of a brand new resource that is many years, I think, at this point in the making. And so, Candace, Deanna, if you all want to say just a word or two about what that resource is, we'd love to have you. Otherwise, I can do my best to represent that work. But I am going to start just by reading part of the proclamation, which is as follows. Whereas Arlington County envisions a peaceful and respectful community where diversity is celebrated, violence is not tolerated, and all people are empowered to build healthy and safe relationships. Whereas domestic violence is a serious but underreported crime that affects people of all races, ages, genders, sexual orientations, and income levels in our community and across the nation, where over 1 in 3 women and about 1 in 3 men experience contact sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner during their lifetime, with trans and non-binary people experiencing the same or higher rates of violence. Whereas as a community, Arlington is dedicated to addressing the issue of domestic, dating, and intimate partner violence, ensuring those who have been harmed are offered timely, equitable, and culturally responsive support services. Whereas under the umbrella of Project Peace, important partnerships thrive among criminal and juvenile justice agencies, healthcare providers, allied professionals, and victim advocacy services to assist victims of domestic violence and their families, to enhance our community's response and primary prevention. And whereas in 2022, Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month has provided an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about the impact of domestic violence in our community and to show support for those who provide critical education, advocacy, services, and assistance to victims. And whereas we dedicate ourselves to ensuring the safety of vulnerable members of our community, now therefore I, as chair of the county board, hereby proclaim October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month in Arlington, to honor those who've lost their lives, celebrate those who survived, and encourage everyone in our community to join our efforts to end domestic violence. And with that, I think we have a link to show about No Wrong Door, which is our new communities resource. Would you all like to speak to it, or would you prefer I do it? I want to put anybody on the spot. Excellent. So if those watching at home don't know, Candace Lopez is the most tireless and talented coordinator of our interagency response to domestic violence that I think exists. We're so glad to have her. The No Wrong Door Project is been a huge labor on her part, but really of all of the agencies and leaders working on this issue in Arlington. So Candace, will you tell us a little bit about it and how Arlingtonians can learn more?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Crystal. So the No Wrong Door document is an extensive resource guide that was created by Goal 2, which is our committee that works on first response. It's comprised of folks from the Arlington County Police Department, the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, the Abuser Intervention Program, Child Welfare, Doorways, the sole domestic and sexual violence service provider here in Arlington, legal services, safe havens. Every agency that works on response put time and effort into this document to really create a roadmap for folks who are looking to have healthy and safe relationships. What does it look like when someone leaves a relationship? What are the services they might need? Even if they're just contemplating leaving, there are services available. So this document outlines all of those resources available to folks. It's a great resource if you're a service provider in Arlington, you're a community member, friend or family member who knows someone who might need these services. So we highly recommend folks check them out.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And this is the idea of No Wrong Door, of course, requires a lot of coordination on the back end so that wherever somebody reaches out to help in Arlington, be that calling 911 for a police response, reaching out to our community services providers, or really any other way into the system that they can be connected to the services they need. So
thank you. You can find it on the Arlington County website. Just search No Wrong Door or Project Peace.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And also by searching Project Peace on the county website, you can find a number of events that are still ongoing for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We have programs happening across the county, across the month. One in which I'm particularly looking forward to next Friday, the last day of the month, will be a seminar on traumatic brain injury and domestic violence, which is a really important emerging area of research. So thank you so much. Thank you to Doorways. Thank you to Candace Lopez and to all of the partners involved in Project Peace. Okay, everyone has been listening to a lot of me talking. I have one more item under my chair's report, and then we'll move into appointments. Just a quick update. You may remember last month I introduced as part of the chair's report, an online feedback opportunity regarding ranked choice voting, and a proposal for this board to consider making ranked choice voting the form of voting for the June 2023 primaries to pilot our ability to select representatives, or in this case, party nominees for the county board, consistent with the enabling authority offered by the Virginia General Assembly. Delighted to share that as of today, we've had almost 600 Arlingtonians weigh in, spanning across every single zip code in the county. I've really appreciated the opportunity to meet with advocates and interest groups throughout the county and indeed Virginia in recent weeks, and we are very eager to hear from as many Arlingtonians as possible, both with your thoughts about ranked choice voting, whether or not you support it, and questions that you may have. So if you've not yet shared your thoughts about RCV, ranked choice voting, and particularly the consideration of including it or making that our form of voting in June 2023 primaries only, please visit arlingtonva.us and search ranked choice voting so that you can weigh in. All right. My last item here is to move into appointments. I'm going to read the following, move the following appointments and reappointments to our commissions here in Arlington. I move that to the Advisory Board on Trespass Vehicle Towing, we reappoint James Toomey for a term ending October 31st of 2025. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, we reappoint Stephen DeLessio for a term ending October 31st of 2024. To the Disability Advisory Commission, we appoint Justin Boatner and Duncan Barron for terms ending October 31st of 2024. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, we reappoint Thelma Askey for a term ending October 31st of 2024. To the Health Systems Agency of Northern Virginia Board, we appoint Ana Alvarez for a term ending October 31st of 2025. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, we reappoint Mark Lincoln for a term ending October 31st of 2024. To the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, we appoint Pam McClellan for a term ending October 31st of 2024 in coordination with our school board colleagues who will make the same appointment at their October meeting. And to the Technology Advisory Tech Commission, appoint Frank Jazzo as acting chair for a term ending this December 31st, 2022, and John Burke as acting vice chair for a term of the same duration. Finally, to the Tenant Landlord Commission, I move that we reappoint Kristen Clegg for a term ending October 31st, 2025. That does not need a second, but I think we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of those commission appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Our gratitude to those who serve and continue to serve in these important advisory roles. All right. We move next into other board member reports. I am actually, apropos of our earlier conversation, delighted to recognize my colleagues, Mr. Dorsey and Mr. DeFerranti, working in close coordination with our newly appointed Community Oversight Board, have brought forward a series of bylaws for our consideration and adoption. It looks like Mr. Dorsey will be starting us off.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's the plan. So this will serve as both an overview of the bylaws that were adopted by the COB at their October 2nd meeting, I believe it was, but that do need to be formally adopted by this board in order to go into effect, and also to just give you a general update on our oversight path now that we have had our independent policing auditor fully onboarded and who has hit the ground running at 1,000 miles per hour in a wonderfully constructive way. So if we can go to the next slide. So to orient everyone with the progress thus far, we have appointed members since March, and they have been engaged in an intensive schedule of meetings and training since then. Meetings at least 1 to 2 a month of training opportunities, in addition to doing some field work with the police department through ride-alongs, and they've also been meeting to do things like adopt the bylaws and set up a plan for their work once they are fully certified by this board, which, is a reminder, cannot happen until all of the initial members have completed their required training, which, as you can see, in addition to the work with ACPD and the field work with ride-alongs, has included completion of 8 hours of training with the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, and they are probably all exhausted at this point, but they are doing a tremendous job in just really making sure they are fully able to perform this vital service for the community. Next slide. And the bylaws themselves. The document looks like many bylaws documents, but to get to the essential elements of what makes this perhaps unique, it first of all reflects all of the requirements that we adopted as part of the code, Chapter 69, when establishing the COB. But then in terms of the body itself, it does create the position of a vice chair, which is something that we did not have the foresight, to establish when we adopted the ordinance. Then also establishes what are the accountability measures that they are going to hold themselves to in terms of meeting attendance, and also to provide an opportunity for the public to provide comment. As we know, the public is very interested in this work, so the COB is formally going to adopt that as part of their meetings. They've also formally included the elements of parliamentary procedure that they will follow as part of their meetings. So in a way, they are much more structured than we are in terms of iterating what their actual procedures are. Then, what's that?
Follow Robert's rules faithfully here.
Yeah. And certainly they have established a procedure whereby future COBs, future members can go about amending the bylaws. They were written in such a way as to hopefully accommodate any changes that we may make in the near future to the ordinance to reflect real world practice. You know, there's not going to be a desire to amend the bylaws frequently, but there needs to be a process for doing so, which they've also included. And it's also up to date with the electronics meeting policy that we adopted last month. So we hope that these bylaws should at least take them through the first year or so of service. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. It has been a joy to work with you on this. I don't know that every commission would we have two liaisons, but for this one, I'm good with it. And I think it's very important. So the next steps really are fulfilling some of the thinking behind the ordinance and the work. So there's the training, which has been robust, and at this first stage, I really think it's appropriate. We also need to make sure that the full board is up to date and aware and has a base of knowledge. The communications policy, there's been some discussion. There's been also some work on a full community engagement plan. It's been very helpful to have our team of aides who have really helped with that, as has Ms. Ibrahim, but big thanks to Graham Weinshank and Stevie as well for both of your work. And there's a memorandum of understanding that's up next, and that has been started. But the final steps that you see just listed there, I'm very much looking forward to finishing so that we can move forward and fully stand up this important part of our work. Really appreciate it. ACPD has been very involved in training, and there is community interest. So looking forward to these next steps. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Do we need a vote on those bylaws? We do. So could I recognize one of you to move as such?
I'll move approval of the bylaws and for this first important step.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion or questions about that motion? Mr. Karantonis?
No, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit in public session about the membership requirements and the attendance requirements, because it seems to be not a very trivial matter.
Correct.
I'm sorry. I think I lost the last of the sentence. Can you put your mic on?
I was asking about the membership and attendance requirements as
Yeah.
they're described in this bylaws, because it seems to be not a trivial matter. So
Not untrivial. I see. Thank you.
a trivial matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to echo, in addition to typical commission requirements for not missing a certain number of meetings before you are effectively removing yourself from the body, in order for the COB to function well, given that a lot of opportunities for training and guest speakers are one-offs, can't be repeated all the time. And remember, all members need to participate in trainings before the body can be certified. There has to be a rigorous approach to attendance and providing notice in the event of unavailability. That's why it's really also important that we have this hybrid technology to enable electronic participation wherever possible, and the training requirements are quite significant. I will, not say anything more than I think that will be something that we will want to take a careful look at in future years once we get through this initial period, just to make sure it's aligned with what's necessary, appropriate, and reasonable for human beings for whom this is not their employment.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Madam Chair?
Oh, please, Mr. DeFrenti and then Ms. Garvey, or vice versa.
I'm super brief. Stevie Kelly, thank you for your work. You and Graham have done a ton of work. And so a big thank you there, as well as to Ms. Ibrahim. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a huge amount of work that went into this when we started. I mean, this was creating things anyway, it's a huge endeavor, a lot of work, and I'm not really aware how much it was because I didn't do a lot of it. And our two colleagues did here. I want to thank Mr. DeFrenti and Mr. Dorsey for hours and hours and hours of work. And also, our police chief and the police department put in a lot of work, a lot of reticence. I mean, this is a huge body of work. Big thank you to everybody. It feels like we've taken a big step, and in the fact that it feels today easy. It's here, it's all nice, it looks great, and we just vote yes, and we're off and running, is just great. So thank you for doing all of this great work and making it so I really didn't have to do a lot of it. Thank you.
All right, I think with that, we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you to our colleagues, and thank you to our inaugural Community Oversight Board for their work on this as well. All right, I think we have one more board report, if I'm right. I believe that's Mr. DeFrenti to give us an update on the Hunger Task Force.
Sure.
Food Security Task Force.
Yes,
Sorry.
that's all right. I will be quite brief because I'm hoping that next month, as part of the manager's report, there will be also, you'll get to hear from our lead staff on this. But the report is done. There are action steps. It is the sort of report that I probably would not have written at many stages of my career because it has, very clarity towards action. But it's excellent. And the next step includes a food security coalition, which we would anticipate would be manager appointed, and that would be a step to sort of implement this. We had, of course, the disruption in our food security network of COVID, but we still have sought to do the strategic work. And you can see on this next slide, or at the bottom, towards the bottom of this slide, you can see some of the work that would be systemic that could help us address our food security needs in times and parts of our county and places in our county where we need to work on it. Crystal City came forward as one key area. There are other key findings. Thank you for letting me present on it first, but you'll hear from staff, I believe, briefly next month. Thanks.
Fantastic. Well, I will look forward to learning more about that full strategic plan, which it sounds like it's available now. Thank you for your great leadership in this regard. Mr. Dorsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. DeFrenti, we haven't had a chance to coordinate on this, but at our most recent Council of Governments meeting, we heard from our relatively new committee, the Farm Committee, that deals with food resilience, and a couple of areas I think dovetail very nicely with the work that you're doing, including specifically a call for a universal meal program in our public schools is a key pillar of combating food security. So I expect that body will be a part of a good resource for you as you continue this work, but is also very much attuned to the federal advocacy necessary to maybe implement some of these broader strategic goals. So, we'll work together on that.
Great. Okay, unless I'm wrong, I don't believe there are any other board reports or regional reports. With that, I'm going to hand it over to the county manager for a couple of updates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mike Moon to join us. He's here today, I think with some other colleagues from the Department of Environmental Services, to share a few words about two valued employees who recently passed away. Mr. Moon.
Thanks, Mr. Manager. It's with a heavy heart that I announce the recent passing of two of our dedicated Department of Environmental Services employees, Teresa Sanders and Tony Metz. Teresa Sanders, next slide. Well, I'm going to keep going, and hopefully the slides will catch up. But
Next
Teresa was
slide.
part of the DS Customer Service Office and passed away on October 2nd after a long battle with a pulmonary disease. She was a remarkable and capable employee whose spirit and work ethic modeled the office's commitment to our citizens over the span of her 22-year career with the county. Her experience was unparalleled and her knowledge of the billing system unmatched. Even as her health failed, she would regularly check in with the office and send reminders and texts with words of encouragement until a few short days before her passing. She will be remembered by her family, friends, and colleagues for her humor and her smile, and will be sorely missed by the DS Customer Service Office. Tony Metz. Tony was a part of our DS Facilities Management Bureau. He passed away on Tuesday, October 4th. Tony worked with almost 22 years in the custodial services area, performing services in multiple county buildings in the Justice Center, the Fire Department headquarters, the Argus House for at-risk boys, and other facilities. He also worked part-time for Arlington County Public Schools. Tony is remembered for his dedication, his job with coworkers, and serving on the pandemic front lines during that whole course. He came in every day and made sure our facilities were safe, sanitized, and functional for all employees and for those that live there. We thank you for this opportunity to recognize these members of our DES family that will be missed by their colleagues, and several members came out today to recognize their service and their friendship with these employees. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks, Mr. Moon. We really appreciate that, and it is nice to see their colleagues here. Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair, I had the pleasure of meeting Tony and having a conversation with him once, and just recently became aware of his passing. And, you know, as we just think about the fragility of life, I appreciate that you took the time to acknowledge their contributions to our county. It's not often that we get to reflect and publicly acknowledge people, and unfortunately, it's rare that we do so while they're around to appreciate it. But absent that, which would be the best thing that we can do, this perhaps is the next best. And you know, thank you, and thank you to everyone here for acknowledging their work that often goes unacknowledged.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Madam Chair and members of the board, we were also deeply saddened by the events of the week before last with the pedestrian fatality on Little Falls Road. And we again want to extend our sincere condolences to the family and friend of Ms. Hayes and to her neighbors. So it's important to note that the crash at Little Falls Road and John Marshall Drive is currently an active investigation, and we're not able to get into the specifics until the police report is completed and has been reviewed by the Commonwealth's attorney. The driver involved did remain on the scene, but again, we want to urge anyone with information about that particular situation to get in touch with the county detectives. No fatal or severe crash is ever taken lightly, and one is too many. So we have today, we're going to have some staff coming in and do a briefing, but I wanted to let you know that since 2 Saturdays ago, we've been taking steps to look into and address the issues associated with that. We're looking at it from several perspectives, including the roadway conditions, design elements, and we'll talk a little bit about that today. And as you know, we've worked closely with the board and with the community to talk about traffic safety and taking steps to enhance it. And unfortunately, something I think we'll never stop working on. We'll never have the problem solved, and our commitment, as I've made clear to staff and you have made clear to the community, is going to be unrelenting. And at the same time, let's not forget that the effort to educate our drivers and pedestrians on how to be safe is also of critical importance. And so with that, I'm going to ask to have representatives from our police department. We have Chief Andy Penn, Deputy Chief Darren Cassidy, and Captain Albert Kim, who's here, and also from our Department of Environmental Services. We have the Vision Zero Transportation Team, Hui Huang, who's our Transportation Engineering and Operations Bureau Chief, and also Christine Baker, our Vision Zero Coordinator, to come forward and explain our approach to generally to crashes like this, and also they're available for your questions. So I think, is it going to be Christine or you, Hui, you can come on up to the table here?
Thank you all for joining us.
Yeah, this is the cover slide. Yeah, can we please go to slide number 2?
So I'll start with going over what the process is when we have a fatal or a very serious injury crash. Obviously, the initial response are all first responders, police, fire, and EMS respond with the primary goal to be life safety and making sure the injured person is treated and cared for as expeditiously as possible. As soon as that process is underway, then the police investigation begins, and it begins with, securing the area, making sure we have all of the physical evidence preserved so we can process it, collect everything, take all the photographs and measurements that are necessary to conduct a thorough and comprehensive investigation. And part of that investigation always includes interviewing any involved parties, any witnesses, canvassing the area, speaking with anybody who may have seen anything, and looking for available video evidence that may exist. As the investigation continues, it's our normal protocol to be in consultation with the Commonwealth's attorney as we move through the investigation, because ultimately it's a joint decision if there are to be any criminal charges or any traffic charges filed at all. As the criminal investigation or investigation is taking place, there's also several other things that occur, which are looking at the area, what changes might we need to do, and this is all done in consultation with DES and other partners throughout the county to make sure that if there's identified means or things that could be done to make safety improvements, to make sure that they happen and in a timely manner. And the final part of what I would cover with this is the transparency piece. So it's important to us as we move through an investigation to share the information that we can while recognizing the need to protect the privacy as much as possible of the involved parties, particularly anybody who is injured, but to make sure the community is aware of what occurred, what the process is going to be, and then once the process is completed, we will conclude or provide additional information about the outcome of the investigation.
We're going to talk about the fatal crash at Little Falls and John Marshall. As Chief Payne already mentioned about the response process, we are right now on step 3 in that flow chart. So while police is taking time to get all the details and finalize the report, our engineering group are not just stop here and waiting for that. We actually already started the investigation of the actual location and the geometry, the condition of the road and the intersection. We have already started. The pictures are taken on Monday, 2 days after the horrific accident crash. And we are doing our preliminary engineering design and to see, what are the improvements. We are also talking to the community, including receiving inquiries and requests through some of the board members that, ask us. For example, we removed the leftover stub of the sign that's being actually hit and taken out. So those are the steps that we are taking right now. And again, as a Vision Zero team, every crash, fatal, severe crash, we don't take it lightly. It actually hit us. We are deeply saddened. And the first question we ask to our team is, what can we do? Despite of all the circumstances, what can we do to prevent this from happening again? So this leads us into a very integrated process of what Vision Zero does in react to these safety challenges. I would like to talk about our responsive program and also our proactive program. Although they're put in 2 columns, they're not separate from each other. They're actually integrated. After a critical crash, we actually have a quarterly critical crash review team that consists of DES traffic team, police, state police, public health staff, and also county manager's office staff. We actually have an internal group that we look at every single critical crash together. The traffic team take all the material and the information and put them onto the same page. So we look at it and see what's the cause, what are the things we can do, what are the things that may not be the cause, but we still can do to improve the location. We identify quick action items. We also identify medium-term, long-term solutions. And then we start to put that into our workflow. So this is for critical crash. Of course, for a fatality crash, we don't wait until the end of the quarter report. We actually take on that immediately. We also have a program where we take 3 years of data, that's a sliding window of 3 years, to look for the hot spots. What are the locations where we have concentration of crashes, and or we may have a specific type of crashes that involves more vulnerable road user. We use the hotspot program to identify these locations and start to funnel them into the investigation and see what are the treatment we can provide. We also have a high injury network audits. High injury network consists of about 7% of the county roadway mileage, but more than 70% of crashes happen on those corridors. So we identify these high injury network, and we conduct audits for the entire corridor to see if there is any character of this corridor that can use treatment of immediate action. So these are the programs we have. We also have a very strong and beloved community report a problem system where we have a traffic and safety investigation item where people can put in their request, their complaint, their inquiry, their concern about a specific location, and we take those and we initiate investigation into those requests. If you may remember, this program used to be called C3, Customer Care and Communications Program. We are very successfully incorporated that into the reported problem system so that people don't have to look for multiple places and multiple routes. They have it all at the same place. While we do these location-specific and hotspots investigation and also in response to community requests, we also are looking for opportunities to identify systemic treatment. Basically, a treatment that can be applied to similar locations with similar character that may provide the improvements in a broader sense instead of a case-by-case solution. We also conducted, we're still in the progress and we're about to wrap up the equity analysis where we look at where traffic crash and critical crash may be disproportionately represented in Arlington, and we identified the equity areas that may need our priority treatment for those locations and community. A strong piece of Vision Zero program is also community education. As the county manager has mentioned about driver, be a responsible driver, and pedestrian and cyclists also need to pay attention to safety. Vision Zero really is not a county staff-driven program. This is an all-county program where we want everyone to be part of that. And we have identified community education message and opportunities, and I have more examples to show on the next slide. So here are a few examples of what we have done through Vision Zero in response to the safety challenges on our road. Starting from the top left, the no turn on red sign. This sign, you have seen them everywhere actually in the past. But in the past, before Vision Zero, the way we determine where we put no turn on red is usually we do a individual location evaluation. And if there's a challenge, for example, for sight line of turning vehicle, they may not be able to make a safe turn. We decide those individually per approach, per location, and put them on. But we have utilized our proactive method and systemic treatment method to identify the high pedestrian activity corridors within Arlington. For example, the Roslyn-Boston corridor, the Crystal City area, Columbia Pike. So there are corridors where we identified there is a elevated level of pedestrian activities day and night, and there is an elevated need to provide safe crossings for pedestrians. And therefore, we put on the no turn on red signs for all the crossing streets, because those are also corridors that carry quite hefty vehicle traffic. The context of those intersections are so busy that a driver, if not being meticulously careful, they could face an information overload and miss a pedestrian while they are turning right on red. So we put on the signs of no turn on red. We have received just cheers from our pedestrian and cyclist community. We have received a question from our drivers, but I want to take this opportunity to thank the drivers for taking their share of sacrificing a couple minutes for the safety of a life. That's really worth it. We have also done investigations in reaction to some of the critical crashes. We had the sad experience of 2 crashes at alley entrance or exit. Alleys are not really full-blown streets, and they usually don't involve a lot of traffic volume. So in the past, we did not have a full inventory and monitoring program for these locations. In response to 2 alley-related crashes, the traffic team actually went in, the Vision Zero team went in to inventory all the alleys and identify what are the challenges these alleys face. We identified the short list of locations where we can do something to improve. So this will continue to be part of our program and be monitored in the future. Another example, I really want to also appreciate and thank this board and our county manager. You supported and funded the program for us to mark a stop bar at the stop sign. These started as community requests. And at the beginning, we were not sure if these things will be helpful. So we actually talked to our community members, learn from them, learn from the neighbors' experience, and we recognized that this could be potentially helpful. We talk about Vision Zero taking us into doing things that may not be traditionally the way we do them. This is an example. We put in, we put in additional 1,400 locations with the stop bar. These act as a warning and also context to drivers who are willing to comply. So we certainly see the benefit of a program like that. And the last item on this slide is the campaign we call Critical Crash Mitigation Campaign. The team identified 5 or 6 types of most challenging crashes that cause injury and death. And we designed the message, we put them out through social media, through physical ads, and also worked with public school, Arlington Public School, to circulate within the student community. So this, again, this is examples of what, our responsive and also proactive program are doing. And we will continue to work on this program and create more as needed as we identify them. Next slide, please. I mentioned about the report a problem, a portal for people to not just report a physical asset damage in the street, but also traffic and safety challenges, concerns they may have. And the county has done a good job of provide data transparency. So at the same webpage where you can click to report a problem, you go to the bottom, you can also see, you can track and see all the ongoing service requests. And within there, you can select, you can single out just the safety and traffic investigation and see their status and their location. If you don't see the detail of those inquiries and you want to know, you can certainly reach out to us and ask for additional information. I also want to encourage our community to really utilize the Vision Zero website. We have a lot of good information on that. You can see that we list all the quick build projects. Quick build means we are trying to, these are known improvements, very well vested in the community that we may not take 6 months or a year to get to them. We may try to do them quickly. So you can actually see us updating them very quickly, weekly. You can see something coming up. There's also the pilot projects and the safety-driven capital projects, which are larger size projects. We now use Vision Zero investigation to identify the need and work with our other bureaus to push forward with large-scale improvements. With that, I'm gonna transition to Christine. Christine is managing our Vision Zero program, and she's been a tremendous part of all these things that I just mentioned, and I'll let her talk about additional data.
So this is to provide a high-level overview of data, and so you can kind of understand the trends, because we just explained a lot of what we're doing, and it does feel like maybe there have been more crashes recently in the news. So this gives you a little bit of information behind that. And I just want to point out from the start that our 2022 data set is available through July. As you heard earlier, there is a lag between the crash and the completion of a crash report, and that explains why our data isn't up to the very date. And so you can see that since COVID, we've had a lot fewer crashes, and that has to do a lot with fewer people being on the road, more people telecommuting. We did start to see volumes go up in 2021, and again this year more so. Crashes have remained slightly lower, and so it's kind of hard to tell trends right now just because things are very different, but things will start to level out in the next few years, and we'll be able to see some of those longer term trends. But when you look at this other table here, you can see trends in fatal and severe injuries. And I know it's frustrating to see not really much of a change there. And that is something that we are hoping to see start to trend downward now that we have been in implementation for a year and we've been working on a lot of these proactive programs. This is the first year we've really seen a lot of those proactive projects go into the ground. And so as we start to tackle a lot of our safety challenges systemically, we are really anticipating seeing fewer severe and fatal crashes as we have committed to in Vision Zero. Next slide. And if you look at the pedestrian and bike crash trends alone, we do see some downward trending. And I know it's important to remember these aren't numbers, they're people. And so it's really encouraging to see those downward trends. Next slide. And when you look at typical crash trends within a year, we typically see a small uptick in crashes around this time of year. Particularly, we have return to school. That means a lot more people on the roads, more people walking, more people biking. People are back from vacations, back to work as usual, and the weather is nicer, and it starts to get darker a little bit earlier. And that's why October is National Pedestrian Awareness Month. And we, as part of the Critical Crash campaign Hui mentioned, are actively pushing out the Expect People, Stop for Pedestrians message. There's 5 different ones. This is our theme for October. So it's going out through Facebook, through different advertisements and the newsletters. It's on red top cabs and at bike share stations. So any way we have to get this message out, we're really pushing to be more proactive and to get drivers to really be paying attention for people who are walking and biking, especially at this time of year, but all year round. Next slide. And this is an opportunity to also talk about progress updates. We've been in the Vision Zero program for about a year and a half, and our year 1 annual report came out in April. It has all the metrics related to the action items, the over 90 action items that we committed to in the action plan, and talks a bit about the performance metrics, looking into specific crash types. We're working on the mid-year report right now, which will come out in November, and then we'll follow up with a mid-year meeting with our Vision Zero external stakeholders group. And that will be December 6th. It's open to the community as well, and we encourage people to come with questions. Because we want to know how we're doing, not only from the metrics that we are looking at, but from how do people feel on the streets? How do people feel on trails? And that helps us to kind of know where we can grow as we move towards the rest of year 2. Next slide. So the county is working really hard around the clock from the engineering, from the engagement, and from the enforcement standpoint to help reduce crashes. But we really want to emphasize that this is also a community behavior change effort. And it's really up to every single one of us to do our parts. Always, have eyes up, phones down, never drink and drive, follow the posted speed. And I think really importantly, hold other people accountable too. If you're driving in the passenger seat with someone, and they're going too fast, say something. If you see someone leaving a party with their keys and they shouldn't be, say something. And again, if you see something, say something. Hui mentioned our Report a Problem tool, and that is available for anything you see broken on the streets or any situation that might seem unsafe. You can go on and open up a traffic safety investigation, and we will have engineers working on that and responding. So it's really an effort that brings everyone together. We all recognize that life is very, very fragile, and we all can do our parts from all these different perspectives to help reduce crashes. So with that, I will open the floor for questions.
Thank you very much to the team. I see Mr. Dorsey's light first, Mr. DeFranti, and then I'm going to take prerogative and take one myself after you guys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do appreciate it. I really am pleased with the work that you've been able to do under the Vision Zero framework and see very clearly how it offers sort of a different path forward for us to evaluate some things that we see. I'd like to just inquire a little bit about the specific area where the latest fatality occurred. And my interpretation of the crash data that we have available online shows that in addition to the 2 that are already part of the 10-year period from 2013 to 2022, adding this to the mix seems to, at least if the map is as accurate as it can be up until that point in time, shows that while the rest of the pedestrian fatalities are seemingly distributed throughout the county in a way that would suggest that it's random, the concentration of pedestrian fatalities that we have within this 2-block period seems less so. Do you concur?
I will say I've seen the community also ask the same question of the crashes on Little Falls next to the school. And I think people are identifying trends in their mind and a different standard. I actually wouldn't call this a trend of like fatality or severe injury corridor, but I would identify this as a critical location because of the school-related activities that we need to pay more attention to. So when we are doing the investigation in response to this recent crash, we are also looking at the intersections nearby. And I also want to maybe take us back in a couple years. 2019, we did tactical improvements at Ohio and Little Falls, right across from the school. And we have seen reduction of basically crashes in that area. So some of the improvements that we could do will make a difference. So that's
Thank you. Speaking specifically about that intersection, Little Falls and John Marshall, I noticed, and it's, for people who are unfamiliar with it, it's street, I guess, where going north to south, you have a stop sign on John Marshall. Going east to west, if I'm not directionally challenging myself, there is no stop sign. And going westbound on Little Falls, right at the intersection with John Marshall, right at the intersection, there is an ART bus stop. That seems to be an unusual configuration where you would have a bus stop at an intersection that's not either signalized or having a stop sign. Can you just give me a sense from, as a non-traffic engineer, what I'm looking at when I see a condition like that?
Yes. First of all, in terms of bus stop location, it's actually not required that there must be an always stop for a bus stop to be located at the intersection. And it can be operated safely many times with, without the stop formation. One challenge at this specific location, and also there are similar intersections in the northern Arlington area, is we do have very wide street that originally may be designed for heavier volume. We did a lot of improvements putting in on-street parking and bike lane, like John Marshall and Little Falls, both has bike lanes. But because those are, because the bike lane is wide and then you have a pretty wide driveway, drivers may not be complying to the marking very well. So in a sense, when they don't have a physical deterrence, some drivers are taking their liberty of either going faster than the posted speed or making turns with a wider angle at the intersections. We have, while we're doing the investigation, we have some thoughts of what we can do to improve locations like this and, putting in treatment so that we can improve the intersection operation. I just want to say those things may work better than a stop sign where, again, when you have a very severely skewed volume at an intersection of the main street versus the side street, you may see drivers, again, take their liberty of knowing, oh, there's never a car coming from that direction. Therefore, I'm okay with just blasting through. We don't want to rely on them complying to that. We want to give them the reasonable and correct context of the intersection so that the behavior can be better channelized.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll look forward to having you all come up with your suite of solutions. I certainly am inclined to believe that it's not one magic thing that will be implemented that will all of a sudden make things better. But I will say the one area where I would quibble is the cluster of fatal crashes is unique in this area. And whether it constitutes a trend or not, it's a cluster. And, clusters, at least to me, deserve significant attention and are putting whatever we can at it. That makes sense for sure. So I weight that. And just the other thing that I would just say is a request, which I think is going to be a fair representation of where people in the area proximate to this are feeling. We've got a lot of data. We've got a lot of information that doesn't require necessarily a lot of time to initiate original research and study. So I would just encourage us to use the data that we have and the analytical framework and tools that we have to work as expeditiously as we can. Thank you.
Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Slide 4, I think, is the sort of team that's been stood up, the process. Maybe if we could pull that up. I guess it would be critical crash follow-up, correct? Okay. Do we have a sense of when that process might be done? I'm not looking for a specific day, but, as we visited with the neighbors there's, one woman who has materials at the ready to take care of people who get into crashes. And so do we have a sense of when, in this case, the critical crash follow-up at least might lead to some, we've done the stop sign that was run over, as I understand it. Do we have a sense of when this initial phase to recommend some perhaps temporary or solutions might be done?
So I can probably start with the investigation. I think, depending on how many records we have to get and medical records, these investigations always take a varying amount of time, from a few weeks to it can be a few months. My best guess at this point is within the next few weeks, we will probably be in a place where we're close to being done, if not finished. But that's just the initial part of this. And one thing I forgot to mention earlier is when we respond to a fatality accident or a critical crash, we have a specialized team that investigate these, people who have gone through additional and specialized trainings about how to investigate an accident, the things to look for our crime scene folks, how to do the evidence collection that's necessary to make the appropriate and useful analyses after the initial work is completed. I wanted to add that, and I forgot it in the beginning. Sorry.
No problem. I think that, so it could be weeks to a month or 2 months. Did I hear that sort of right?
It can range anywhere, and it depends on how much different lab work or subpoena work that we're waiting on. In this particular case, I would think that within the next few weeks, we'll probably be in a place where we may not be done, but we'll be at a place where we can productively engage in a lot of the more detailed conversations.
And that's very helpful. And is it the case that for the mitigation type measures, we have already started to think about that? Would that time frame be about, there might be some overlap? How long before, if we saw, as Mr. Dorsey mentioned, a hot spot and maybe some temporary, at least from my opinion, some temporary steps might be achievable? What's your timeline, Ms. White?
Yeah. We are already working on the investigation, and we do have close talks with Chief Payne's group to, get some preliminary information that they can share with us at this point. So we are already working on the improvement design and everything. By the time the crash report is finalized, I think we can, basically check with each other, and we can provide that preliminary recommendation of improvements to the community. We do want to make sure that we talk to the community. We are actually reaching out to them, letting them know that we will go to their community meetings to talk about these things. We want to provide that improvement design to them before we go into installation. But as you have mentioned, you are using the term temporary, we're using the term tactical. So there are quick action tactical improvements we can do before the end of the year that, hopefully the weather doesn't take us in a wrong turn. But we should be able to have those things quickly in action.
Last question, and I'll yield. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the background. Is there a legal reason why we couldn't, or is there a reason why we could not put a temporary stop sign there?
I have been asked the question about temporary stop signs, and I very much understand community thinks that would be helpful. In this case, in this particular location, really the crash report may tell us, what is the cause of the crash and the circumstance of the crash, and if the stop is actually relevant to this immediate response or not. And I also want to talk as a traffic engineer, use this opportunity to share, our challenge with the community. It is a bad idea to frequently change your traffic pattern because you're changing everyone's expectation. If we put in a temporary stop sign and make it a stop condition for, say, Little Falls, basically we're telling the pedestrians that you have a much better security now that, feel free to just walk out into your crosswalk. Should we arrive at the decision later to remove it, because it's a temporary, should we arrive at the decision to remove it, we're basically dumping them back to another change of expectation, which is not a good idea. Many times that causes false sense of security and driver confusion. It could become a cause of additional crash. We are doing a stop sign, a always stop investigation at this location, and in response to this recent tragedy, we are prioritizing that one because as I was, mentioning about the reported problem feature, we do have a lot of requests. Typically, we do a first in, first serve kind of pace, but in this case, we are prioritizing this one, and also as Mr. Dorsey has mentioned, we're trying to see if there are other data that we can utilize without the fresh collection. So we're hoping we can arrive at a conclusion. If a permanent stop sign is needed, we will put it in. I'm not saying that the result of this location would come out that way, but I'm just saying a temporary traffic control sign, it does not necessarily help us.
I've been thinking about where such a temporary sign would be so it would be visible, and I guess I yield. I said I wouldn't ask more questions. I will have follow-up questions.
Can I do a little follow-up? To give that a little more context, when there is a critical crash, the immediate response is for staff to hop online and look at the Google map and see what could possibly change. And I know it sounds like there's a lot of process and it's very clunky and it takes a really long time, but the minute we hear about a crash, we're online, we're looking, we're trying to figure out what the next step is going to be, but we do have to wait for all the facts. So that's why, as we're coming up with designs for this, we already had designs ready to roll Monday because it was like, okay, like what could we do? But it was also a matter of, okay, well, what actually caused the crash? And let's make sure we address the real problem. So that's why we have concepts kind of underway. And then once we know exactly what kind of changes we need to make, that's when we can bring those concepts to the community and have that conversation, especially if it involves, bigger changes than something as simple as a simple as a stop sign. So that just is a little more context there.
I really understand that instinct to action. I think that's shared by the community, it's shared by board members, and, it's a good reminder that it's shared by staff too, but that we maybe act without full information or at our peril. Two questions, one to follow up on what Mr. Dorsey was talking about sort of the cluster here. I think what, any fatal crash is unacceptable to our community, as I know you all feel deeply, as do we. And I think what feels so difficult about Ms. Hayes' death is that sense that this is one that should have been prevented, especially because of those who had been killed at the same location before her. I guess the question, to just sort of follow up on Ms. Dorsey's question, is to what extent, if any, can we expect that, as the work of Vision Zero to review those high spots and high injury network gets more mature, that we might be able to start reviewing sites of past fatalities kind of immediately pre-Vision Zero? It's a little heartbreaking to think that maybe if we had implemented this strategy a few years ago, right, we might have done this analysis in 2013, and Ms. Hayes might still be alive, right? So at what point, if any, can we start reaching back into fairly recent history and seeing places that should be in our hotspot list and network?
So we will be revisiting the high injury network next year already. So that will be a look at what the data said from 2017 to 2019, and now what does it say from, I think we'll even do a larger period of time and then see kind of what roadways are still lighting up and which ones are no longer. And so that's one way to understand kind of how is what we're doing changing things. Same thing goes with the hotspots. The idea is to have locations roll off the list of hotspots, right, and eventually have none. But that's another way. And we're also conducting before and after studies. That's something we're launching in year 2 because we needed some things to look back on. And that allows us to look at specific projects or specific tools kind of on a larger scale basis to see, once we've put something in, how did it make change? And again, we can learn if maybe something we did wasn't effective, and then that can help us look for new strategies. So we're looking kind of back and retroactively, or kind of reflecting back to see how things are working already. Okay. And as the program continues on, there is a specific action item in the plan just for before and after studies to understand the effects of what we're doing and where we can improve to make bigger change.
It's helpful to know the flow chart you shared with us, right? That final critical crash follow-up that identifies engineering. This accident or this crash, of course, put, I think, a lot of us in mind of the fatal crash at in front of TJ, right? There are some similarities with the proximity to a school site. And it occurred to me, right, that I even as somebody who's pretty familiar with Vision Zero, wasn't sure where to go to find out where that critical crash follow-up status was. It may be because it's still underway. We may still be in the active investigation phase. But I really appreciated the point about how, we have the data dashboard for service requests. That is, there's a lot of information on that GIS map. It's pretty hard to dig in. And I think, hopefully, looking at our trends, they're under 10, right? Our critical crashes are generally small enough that I would find it useful if there is some way to on the Vision Zero webpage, pull out those critical crash follow-up reports to the extent it's possible to even provide a timeline, sort of like here's where we are in each incident, as well as to be able to, I'm actually not sure what the work product is that results from that. I know there was a mention of a media release, for example, if there's an externally facing memo, whatever that is, if there's some way we can sort of as the board and as the community access the results of that critical crash follow-up, I think that could be really helpful in improving our understanding of what happens after an incident. All right, thank you. Let me yield to my colleagues. I think I saw Mr. Carantonis first and then Ms. Garvey. It's fine.
Thank you. That is a great conversation that we're having. Thank you for bringing that up and explaining a little bit. It has been a very tough summer. I mean, starting, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even before in August with the death of Miss Oxlach on 2nd Street
Teresa.
and Old Glebe. We had an almost serious crash on 3rd Street and South Carolina Spring. So all this happens to be close to schools. There is a pattern there, definitely. My question is, so you are doing the hard work. Let me preface it in a different way. One of the challenges that Vision Zero always brings is that it makes the environment far safer for those for whom it hasn't been safe until now. It is pedestrians, it is cyclists. They feel better. Actually, the success of the program makes those who have been 3 times more cautious because they have been, in an environment where one model was so dominant and extremely dangerous, to feel better, and that exposes them to additional risks. And I think that, when I saw the 3rd Street crash, for example, with the student on his bicycle, that was for me obvious in the first moment. The person felt safe to, it was attainable to do that, as opposed to a past where it was absolutely not attainable. You wouldn't do that. So when we go to the community in the crash after work, how do we present the options? So, traffic engineers, Vision Zero specialists, et cetera, have a huge menu of things that can happen, from signage to painting differently, to designing actually differently, to thinking about different measures. How do we present all this? And say, and the community isn't normally aware of, the totality of options, of the total universe of options here. What do we present as here is, a menu of possibilities? And how do we work through what is closer, further, long-term?
Thank you for that question. I think you hit right on the spot. We have actually recently released a document, again, posted on Vision Zero site, and also we informed the community through newsletters and other message method, and which is called our multimodal safety toolbox. This toolbox is a document that establishes exactly what you're saying, establish the type of treatment that we can utilize in our street network. Also compare, what is the impact of this treatment? A stop sign may do one thing, may not do the other thing, while people may think it will solve every problem. So we actually lay out the benefit of these tools, the likelihood of cost, and the time that's going to take for implementing these tools. So we have a very comprehensive document put together that acts like a guidance to internal staff as well. Vision Zero is still a young program where we're encouraging our staff to, broaden their idea and being creative and utilize these tools. And that also act like a communication piece with our community, with our activists. Many times we throw terms out, we may not even understand what each other are talking about. So this document is really valuable with a lot of good information. We also referenced additional information that the state and the federal government actually created also for multimodal safety within the same document. So that is also a living document where we're gonna update that whenever there's additional tool becomes available or creative ideas become available. We have a method of utilizing those, maybe through a pilot, maybe do a before-after study to identify additional tools. So thank you for that question, and there is material available, and we really encourage our community to utilize it.
I've lived through similar process when the first hawk sign was installed on Hayes. And I sat with your colleagues, and they tried to explain to me how the hawk sign works, and it took like half an hour. And I have to say, it still would take half an hour to understand that. It is, sometimes I think that there is a philosophical background to that. Are we predicating safety from the point of view of how to manage these drivers? Or are we talking about safety by putting other models in front of them and saying, now the street will be designed in a way that promotes the model of pedestrian, the model of cyclists, before the model of cars? And I have to tell you, I mean, I learned that lesson while talking about hawk signs, which I believe I have a tough time to understand why they work, if they work. Extremely expensive, by the way. So therefore, I think this will be a conversation we'll have in November when we present the progress made with Vision Zero. I'm extremely interested in that and how our safety philosophy goes along with implementation and with what we learn in the field. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and then back to Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you. So as I think everybody knows, I'm on the joint committee on transportation choices with several of the people here, Ms. Wong, Ms. Baker, and Captain Kim at all of those meetings. Thank you. And I have been struck listening to this and actually my participation on that committee, how much sort of there is a whole of community effort, and we really are trying to do things differently, which is really crucial. As frustrating as it seems to be, it hasn't maybe made that big a difference. I'm also struck by how much what we need to do is change human behavior. That we kind of discuss that every single one of those meetings. And I don't think I've heard anything lately. I'd love to get a little update on red light cameras and speed cameras. I think we're able to put speed cameras now in school areas. Am I remembering? I think we voted on that. And that would help behavior a lot, I think, when there are consequences. I think too much people are behaving badly and they're not getting consequences except when you have a horrible accident, and we don't want to have to go there to get a consequence. So could you just tell me a little bit where we are on both the speed cameras, which are around schools, and red lights, which wouldn't pertain to this particular accident, but the camera approach, which I think is seen to be quite effective if we could get them going?
Sure. I'll start with the Photo Red program. We currently have 9 intersections with 11 approaches that are monitored by Photo Red cameras. And about a year ago, there was an effort to increase the number that we have to have more photo enforcement. So our vendor, after being provided a list of potential intersections, which was compiled in coordination between DES and the police department, looked at 20 different intersections. And there's a required study to do these photo cameras that has to be sent to VDOT for approval. We came up with a recommendation of 6 additional intersections with 12 additional approaches. This information has been sent to VDOT for approval. They were looking for some additional information, which I understand has recently been sent to them. So we're hoping that that will be approved in the near future and we'll be able to begin implementation on that part. For photo speed, there was a study conducted that concluded around the end of June where DES had a grant through COG, I believe, to give us a starting point of information to work with the photo speed. You're correct, it's for school zones or construction zones. And we are currently now beginning the RFP process. We're in the RFP process to get a contract so we can have a contract to buy the necessary equipment to implement the program.
Okay, and how long do you think that's going to take? And are you thinking, which maybe you can't say, perhaps this particular stretch by Nottingham would make good sense to use one of those cameras?
My hope would be is that the cameras are mobile for school zones. We can do a host of different ones, but I'm going to see if Captain Kim wants to add anything to that because he's more of an expert than I.
It looks like, so Christine, I just want to say just this piece before I start talking about this, and that is the partnership that the police department really has with DES. I know Christine and Hui very well because they hear from me probably 3 to 4 times a week and vice versa. And the measures, part of the measure that you saw along Carlin Springs with the variable message signboard, that was a request that Hui made to me, and then we were rapidly able to put that out. And those types of things happen on a daily basis where I've identified something that I need them to do for me very quickly and vice versa. So I just wanted to speak to the partnership that we continue to have with DES and the communication that goes back and forth between my team and their team. So with that, I will talk about just very briefly about the speed camera system, and thank you all for passing the ordinance. We are in this process to select a vendor, and there was a couple of different routes we went, and I don't want to get into the nuanced weeds of it, but the easiest way to do it would have been a contract ride, and that was not probably recommended based on what we needed. And so we're going to this RFP, request for proposal. Our draft scope of work has been completed. We are in talks with DMF and we're having those meetings. And I'm hopeful that we will start to get this process rolling very quickly. As far as the identified locations, if you guys want to speak to that just very quickly, because there was an intensive study that was done with that.
Yes, so the selection of locations was part of the MWCOG research grant project that we've been working on. And we have a baseline on how we can prioritize camera locations based on different metrics like how people are getting to school, what the crash history is at a school, equity measures. And that way we can try to prioritize the most critical locations first. But as Chief Penn said, we also want to make this a mobile program so that way people don't get used to it. Because if a speed camera is in the same location for a long period of time, you'll start to see the behavior where people slow down and then speed right back up. So having flexibility will allow us to be really effective in the deployment of those. And I'll also add that we are expanding the school slow zone program this fall. We're coordinating with schools right now, and then we'll hopefully have recommendations to you all in the winter, and then we'll start building out more school slow zones, which are the permanent 20-mile-per-hour locations to accompany the beacons, and that also sets a larger infrastructure of different areas where we can deploy cameras because we're expanding those school zones to really capture more of the neighborhood streets that we see a lot of the school traffic coming to and from.
Okay, thank you. I think it'll be great once we get those cameras. Having them move is really good. I'm sorry it's taking so long, because it seems to me, I find just myself as a driver, when I slow down, I'm looking at things differently, I'm paying attention, I kind of puts me in a different mindset, rather than, I got to get here, I'm realizing, oh, the journey is important, and what's going on, and is there a child, a cat, or whatever. So I think the sooner the better, and I'm sorry it's taking as long as it is, but it is what it is. So thank you for your work. And yes, the camaraderie, it's good. And I think the work with partnering with Arlington Public Schools is really good as well. So I appreciate everybody's work on that joint committee and your work you're doing, and look forward to hearing more about getting these electronic devices to help us, because I think we really need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question. That intersection, John Marshall and Little Falls, would that be able to be inside the school zone and therefore eligible? Because I know state law, you're not inside the school zone, so it's not. Okay.
School zone is defined as about 600 feet from the school property, so I'm pretty certain that intersection is beyond 600 feet.
Got it. Okay. So just a couple of concluding thoughts that I hope can seek to elevate or, just first on Vision Zero, I like the direction. It's important, and thank you. And Captain Kim, thanks for coming out to the site of the crash with the neighbors. We were able, there's another intersection. I think quantitative data is important, but I also think some sense of quantifying qualitative data can matter. When you see one video or 3 videos that show it's just a blind intersection, that predisposes me to want to act. And so I want to my own view is we should weight that a little more or see if there's a way to weight that more. So that's one thought. I think there was one suggestion from a neighbor about a crossing guard that I want to follow up with a briefing on. And then I'll ask for a briefing that is not long but is helpful. But last, I just say, I think I really hope that we can be thinking in weeks and not months for additional action.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranti. I also want to join my colleagues in thanking the team who's here for the excellent work. I really would associate myself with Ms. Garvey's comments about how much this is about changing behavior. You all are on the front lines of Vision Zero, and I think sometimes it's easy for us as board members or for community members to therefore think that somehow Vision Zero or crashes are more the responsibility of this team. You take accountability for them. We strive to take accountability for them, but cars don't drive themselves. And we cannot, whether it remains to be seen, right, what the outcomes are in these circumstances. I know the accident near Thomas Jefferson that murdered Ms. Perez is still pending, but we do know that drunk driver involved in that situation. And there we can say, I think quite obviously, that there is no roadway design that drunk driver proofs a community. And I think it is certainly true, again, not knowing the specifics of this active investigation, but it is very hard to make a roadway design that can protect pedestrians when drivers are considerably speeding, right? Those are two of our greatest contributors. And so I think so much of this is about working as hard as we can, taking as much accountability as we can for that roadway design, but we need the partnership of this community, and really appreciated Ms. Garvey's comments to those points and to your points, right, about behavior change and creating a culture where we feel confident and responsible in expecting more of our fellow residents, especially when they're behind the wheel, right? Because we know that is the biggest driver of these, no pun intended, of these types of critical crashes. So a roundabout way of saying you have an uncommonly difficult job, and we really, really appreciate your commitment to doing it. And I certainly, like colleagues, appreciate the engagement of the community around John Marshall and Little Falls. And I think, I'm doing exactly what the protocol says not to do, which is rush to judgment. But I mean, to me, this seems quite obviously a speeding issue there. And, I was just looking at a resident email earlier today about watching the cars speed right through those, radar signs, your speed is signs. And I think that's because, exactly as Ms. Huang said, there needs to be a reasonable and correct context. And I think the context right there is communicating to people that they can go considerably faster than our posted and recently lowered speed limit. So that is my hypothesis there. I really appreciate the exhortation you've given us to let the data bear it out at a time when I think we're all feeling impatient for change. And I am grateful to the manager for creating the space for this conversation. I think it's really an important and helpful one. All right. Please.
I just wanted to address some of the enforcement piece, but just to follow up on what your thoughts were. The police department has 4 key initiatives that drive everything our staff do, and transportation safety is one of the 4. We approach it just like Vision Zero through a 2-prong approach where education is key because it is about changing behavior. Where the safety of our roadways depends on all of us doing our part, which includes obeying the speed limit, stopping for stop signs, et cetera. And obviously, enforcement is a part of this work as well. But every member of the police department is expected to contribute to transportation safety. But in addition, we have some dedicated and focused efforts to help keep our roadways safe. And whether it ends up being an educational experience or an enforcement experience sort of depends on the circumstances. But we have several programs that are outside of the normal duty to focus on our roadways. Between our off-duty speed enforcement, our red light enforcement, and our crash reduction details, year to date, we've detailed officers for just over 3,800 hours to really focus on these efforts. And crash reduction in specifically is on a monthly basis, Captain Kim and his staff look at where we're having accidents for the previous month, and we will deploy officers there in an extra duty capacity to really focus to see if there are are behaviors that we can address to help make it safe, or if they notice something that's an environmental or design issue, we'll reach out to DES to make sure we're collaborating. And we have over 700 hours dedicated in just that crash reduction detail. And we have a DWI enforcement program to really make sure that our roadways are safe and free of drunk drivers as much as we can. Year to date, we've had 1,370 hours dedicated to that, and which has resulted in 670 contacts with community members, 411 tickets, and 163 arrests, which 47 of those were drunk drivers. So, you know, I don't want to overstate the enforcement part, because I think it is really a two-prong approach, education and enforcement, but both play an equal role for us. So that sort of went to what your comments were, so I just wanted to provide that context.
I really appreciate you sharing that, and it's also an opportunity to recognize too that I know the police department is also going upstream, right? That's been a key focus for the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, is to try to get to that behavior by providing alternatives to getting behind the wheel. So really appreciate that insight about enforcement as well. And that also reminds me, Mr. DeFranti, I was thinking about it when you mentioned it, the state law that constrains us from placing speed cameras outside of school zones, that has emerged as a legislative priority for the Virginia Municipal League, and I think one that we may want to consider for our own legislative package is advocating for the authority to place those outside.
Madam Chair, before we wrap up, I did want to mention, I'm going to ask Chief Penn probably to come back next month. If you remember, in fiscal 22, the county board added 5 positions to the budget for the police department that was focused on traffic and parking enforcement. And we've had challenges there, as we have had everywhere in doing the hiring. We're finally full up on those 5 people in that team. They're literally just filled all the billets. So Chief Penn will come back and talk a little bit. That was in the context of with micromobility, parking challenges, and also traffic enforcement. These are not sworn officers, but these are individuals who will be playing a critical role in education in the community. So I just want to remind the board again that you did that in 2022, but it's taken this long for us to do the staffing. So we'll come back next month with more on that.
We look forward to meeting them in a educational way. We don't want to meet them in a, having done something.
And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you all. All right, colleagues, we will now move into a closed session. I'm going to make a motion that we convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.23711A.3 and 7 and 29 for 3 discussions regarding the acquisition and disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county board. 2, a discussion with the county attorney regarding probable litigation, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the county board. And 3, a discussion regarding the award of public contracts. Okay, great. There's been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, that carries unanimously. We are in close. We will return to hear the items pulled from our consent agenda no earlier than 6:30 p.m. Great, thank you. Evening, everyone. Welcome back. The first order of business is to make a motion as follows. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the meetings were convened, were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. That has been moved and seconded. Ms. Jacobs will call the roll.
Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey? Aye. Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right, I believe, Ms. Jacobs, we have one item pulled from our consent agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we have one speaker.
Okay.
I'll call that speaker. That is Mr. Bernard Byrne. Mr. Byrne?
Yes, hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. The renaming of the so-called Boston Beaver Pond has been a controversial process. The name that the county manager has recommended, Boston Wetland Park, was not one of the names originally suggested. Further, the name was not recommended by all of the three county advisory groups that considered it. Most importantly, the name misrepresents the area's function as it is not consistent with the definition of the word park. The Department of Recreation brought forth four names for the park. Boston Wetlands, plural, was one of those names. The HLRB then recommended the name Boston Wetland Park with the word park. Some members stated that the singular word wetland and the addition of the word park would produce a name that would be more appropriate than would the name Boston Wetlands. The Arlington Neighborhood Advisory Commission, ARNAC, then recommended Boston Wetland, removing park from the name because the public will not be able to access the wetland area. The Park and Recreation Commission therefore considered the names Boston Wetland and Boston Wetland Park. Some commissions stated that adding the name park would make the area feel more welcoming and bring attention to the area's improved amenities. The commission then recommended Boston Wetland Park, which the county manager has endorsed. However, this is not an appropriate name for the area. The noun park, when used alone, is, according to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, quote, an area of public land in a town or city where people will go to walk, play, and relax. However, as the RNAC noted, the public will not be able to access the wetland area. A fence will surround the entire area, except for an observation platform. That platform will be only accessible to a private property that contains a little-used bicycle pedestrian trail. People will not be able to walk, play, and relax in any part of the area except the observation platform. Although, as some members of the Park and Recreation Commission stated, the word park might the area feel more welcoming and bring attention to the area's improved amenities, the area is not a park as defined by the Oxford Dictionary and is commonly understood by the public. Therefore, the name Boston Wetland Park would misrepresent the area's function. I therefore suggest that the county board follow the RNAC's recommendation and name the area Boston Wetland, period. That's period. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So just Boston Wetland.
Thanks, Mr. Byrne. Appreciate that. All right. Madam Clerk, that's our last speaker for the consent agenda, correct?
That is correct.
Could you call the one item that's been pulled?
Yes, item number 21. Excuse me. Item number 21, approval of renaming of Beaver Pond Park to Boston Wetland Park, located adjacent to Custis Memorial Parkway and North Wakefield Street.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Byrne, if you could turn off your camera.
Mr. Manager, do we have staff available for?
Yes, Marco Rivero has a presentation. Over to you, Mr. Rivero.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good evening, members of the board. My name is Marco Rivero with the Department of Parks and Recreation, and I will be presenting on the park renaming of the Ballston Beaver Pond area to the recommended Ballston Wetland Park. For the proposed park renaming, the county implemented a two-part public engagement opportunity. The first engagement was in June, and staff requested feedback from the community on the future park name. The applicable naming criteria guidance is provided, which includes naming parks according to geographical, historical, or ecological relationships with the site. During the second engagement, the community had an opportunity to select from 4 names provided. The name with the greatest support was Ballston Wetlands. Per the naming policy, the PRC seeks comment from the HLRB and the RNAC. The PRC synthesizes comments from these organizations and the community when making a recommendation to the county board. In August, the HLRB voted for a slight amendment to the proposed name, Ballston Wetlands, to Ballston Wetland Park. Board members felt that the singular wetland and including the word park at the end of the name were more appropriate for the public space proposed. In September, the RNAC voted to support the Ballston Wetland name, also singular but without the word park. The committee recommended removing park from the name because the wetland area could not be physically accessed. The PRC at its September meeting considered the recommendations provided and voted unanimously to recommend the name Ballston Wetland Park. Commissioners stated that including park in the name would be more appropriate, attract and welcome people to the area, as well as bring greater attention to the improved public space amenities. Per the county manager's recommendation, the word park should be included in the proposed name. The county board adopted PSMP explicitly speaks to the integration of natural resources, trees, and natural resource interpretation into the design of public spaces. This includes, but is not limited to, expanding natural areas, tree canopy within high-density corridors, and adding interpretive signage within public spaces that highlight the natural resources and the benefit of those resources. The proposed public space design will provide these benefits. The PSMP further defines a natural resource area as park or parkland. Additionally, the public space area will contain an observation platform, which is located entirely within a public access easement, which may be accessed by a trail that straddles public and private property. Several new public features include native plantings, wetland vegetation, bench seating opportunities, educational panels, and other interpretive signage which are consistent with the design development of park spaces. Furthermore, the public space will provide an opportunity for other casual use recreation, such as bird watching and wildlife viewing. Therefore, the county manager recommends that the county board approve officially renaming Beaver Pond Park to Ballston Wetland Park, as recommended by the Park and Recreation Commission. Thank you, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rivero. Appreciate having you here. And if we have any questions, we'll be sure to direct them to you. I think for purposes of moving us forward, we can begin with a motion, to which I'll look to Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the county manager's recommendation for this item from the board report dated October 10th, 2022, which is to approve officially renaming Beaver Pond Park to Ballston Wetland Park, as recommended by the Park and Recreation Commission.
All right, thank you very much. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. DeFranti.
I don't know, Mr. Rivera, a couple of very quick questions. At one point, was there discussion of a promenade out into the area? I'm sorry to ask, but I do have to ask, and I just don't know if you could describe that or if that comes to mind.
It doesn't come to mind for me specifically. I would have to look into that more in terms of how that process unfolded, but there is that public overlook that would be, or the observation platform that would be part of this project, and that would provide a level of public access to that site.
Got it, thank you. And I'm looking through the board report, just curious if 12-0 vote, were there any, do you know if there were absences from the commission or no that evening?
Yes, well, that evening, it was a unanimous vote, 12-0. I believe there were 2 commissioners who could not make the meeting, so it was a unanimous vote of those commissioners that attended the meeting.
Got it, thank you. I appreciate it, just wanted to be thorough, thanks.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Carantonis.
Very short. Mr. Rivero, you have mentioned the different activities that one that are offered to one when they visit this facility, the overlook. So it's just, you know, seeing the wetlands, enjoying the nature, bird watching, et cetera, et cetera. How many people, I mean, how big is this overlook? So how many people at the same time would be able to enjoy that?
I have that information. I believe, well, what I do know about the overlook itself is that it will be 6 times larger than the one that used to be at the site. I don't have the specific square footage, but it is a much larger overlook.
So it's a much larger facility.
That's correct.
Where, you know, it's really a real access to the site, as I understand it. Thank you.
That is correct.
Thanks.
Quick question, Mr. Rivera. There used to be beaver here, is that correct? And when were they?
There used to be beavers. Actually, that's one of the reasons why we are proceeding forward with the renaming of this particular space. The additional infrastructure and biophilia, as well as the relocation of those animals which previously lived within this site, is the reason why we're coming forward with this recommendation for a new name. I don't know exactly when that occurred, but I knew that was part of the process as we moved forward with design development and now potentially implementation of this space.
Okay, thank you. I think it must have been a long time. I didn't realize we actually physically relocated the beavers. Interesting. We did? I mean, we did it? We moved them?
Let's hope we did.
I believe we did. I think so.
Nope, that's fine. I'm just, it's idle curiosity, which I probably should not be indulging in this meeting, but thank you. And I am happy to support the motion. I think if you take the name park out, then actually people would think there's nothing there for them to actually be able to do in some ways. And clearly we are providing some facilities. So I'm okay with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, I'd associate myself with your comments. I really appreciate Mr. Byrne raising the alternative perspective, and I think it shines some light on what sounded like an interesting conversation at RNAC. But ultimately, I think Mr. Rivera's presentation calls our attention to the right point, which is that this is consistent with the definition of a park in the public spaces master plan, and particularly as we think about our upcoming natural resources management plan, the idea that our natural resources present their own sort of opportunity for people to engage in Arlington County, even if there is not sort of traditionally defined parkland amenities there. That's an important principle for us to consider. So happy to support the motion. I'm seeing no further lights on, so I believe we are ready for a vote. All in favor of Mr. Dorsey's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right, we have one order of business to come before the board, which is that I will move that the county board authorize the county attorney to execute a settlement and release of all claims with Alpine Investment Holdings, LLC. Do I have a second? Great. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That too carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, are there any other items to come before the board this evening?
No, there are not.
In that event, we are adjourned. Thank you all.